Welcome back, everyone. Um, Today I'm gonna play the new card from one, which is Atraxa Grand Unifier. Whether this card should be in the main deck or the sideboard, I am not 100% sure yet. I've tried it in the main deck the last few days, but I've been drawing it a little bit too much for my liking, and I'm not sure. I did win a few game ones because of it, but I'm not sure how many times it actually swings the battle game ones. So maybe today I should try in the sideboard. The rest of the list is like pretty stock. It's mostly what Curran also ran with in the challenge to his second place finish. Namely, we have the Lair of the Hydra, we have the three Bayous. Um, I think everything else is mostly the same because he we well the list I gave him had the two endurance and two grist main, and I actually think that's been pretty smooth. And I do think Attrax is really powerful. I'm unsure if it's worth playing the main deck because drawing it is just really bad. Um, the sideboard is a little bit different because we in our last stream we decided we want four Thoughtseize. Um, and essentially Atraxa now becomes a straight replacement for Progenitus. And what we learned with Archon of Valor's Reach in the past is it actually doesn't win that many game ones anymore against combo. So, and I think that it could be similar here with Atraxa because you need to actually draw into hate, right? And then without drawing to seize, I'm not sure how good that's gonna be otherwise, right? Uh, just because game one, our anti combo disruption is not as much. The rest I think is pretty straightforward. I think yeah, there's no more Mind Break Trap. That's a fourth C's, and there's no more Progenitus. I think everything else looks the same. Hey Wally, how's it going? Hey Inigo, how's it going? Um, so the nonsense, I guess, Josh, is the Atraxa. There's one card that I kind of like. It's just I'm not sure this is the right meta for it, which is the Soulless Jailer. Um, it's like as graveyard hit, two mana is a little bit slow, and most times what I've found is when you stabilize with a reclaimer, it's probably game anyways. Hey Wally, so I haven't tried it yet. I think there are potential metagames where this is good. Ironically enough, eight cast with a painter combo is probably one of the scenarios where Jailer is pretty good. I think so, Josh. That's my personal opinion, and the reason being is because it's big game against combo, and it's better in my opinion against the Stompy decks. They could have Caracas, but like, I found a 1.5 or two dig through time is pretty good, right? Like, also green, not nothing, but kind of the cherry on top is a Green Sun for 7. It hasn't actually come up for me yet, but I'm sure it will. There was a scenario against the Mirror yesterday where I got Atraxa because Hoof would have been lethal, but not through removal spell, so that was pretty nice. But why isn't the ward for Infect? I think that card is not playable, personally. I think that card is bad. Like it doesn't beat Baleful Strix, which is like awful, right? At least with Atraxa, you draw cards and then you can do it again. I do not think that card is like remotely playable. All right. I guess with that said, I'll go ahead and start. Hope everyone is doing well. The exact list, I was actually talking with in our group chat, Mike and Inigo. The exact list I actually don't think matters like super much. I think like type play matters more. Thank you for the follow, Mimic SSB. It's like pretty reasonable. Okay, so I want to clarify. I've been getting some questions about Gaia's blessing. It is for painter, but it's not just for painter. So like the main reason why we're playing is for painter, but it actually has other cross applications that I like. The big one being Delver. Yeah, so Tivar plus Fiend Artisan is pretty sick. And if I had the room, I'd probably play it. The problem is the three drop slot is very crowded. Today the winner list had blessing on it. So are you talking about the eight cast list? Runcore with Painter, like DNS solver. Why are we playing against this? In their lists, I guess it could be better than Emrakul because they can actually cast it with with the Mox. So I guess see that. There's Oracle. This Dread Return. So Fiend Artisan kind of needs like Cradle, but you can probably get away with it with Dorks. It's not as good, I think, but I think so, Joff. I'm not sure. Like to be honest, I'm just gonna discard. I mean, I'm gonna concede here. This is not the matchup I really wanted to practice against, but it is what it is. Yeah, so like I think you can get away without it, but there's like some issues in my opinion. Oh, the big actually I want this is a one good thing out of playing against Oops here is I want to highlight the new sideboard map. Uh, so if you want, on my Patreon, why do you think Guy's Blessing is good against Delver? It's essentially a fifth endurance. So I've already discussed this on my side Patreon, but like I realized recently, earlier this week, actually only a few days ago, that against the graveyard decks, I can just board out the natural order package. Like I don't actually think we need it. And the reason being is because Reclaimer is a win condition anyway. So I think I boarded correctly here. Obviously, they can have Leyline of Sanctity, and that could like change the calculus. But I think here is probably fine. This is awkward. Ideally, we just open with a ley line, but then I think we have to keep this. Right? I don't think we just mold a ley line. Yeah, that might be accurate, Josh. Um, I think on this board state, we're probably there's an endurance of the reclaimer. I think we just take the endurance, right? That's another piece of hate. So they have two informer. That doesn't do us any good. The therapy there is like really awkward. Here they're missing the black source. One, two, three, four. Yeah, I think we have to take pedal. You fun. I guess we are. Yeah. If they therapy us is real bad here. Yeah, I think we just take the pedal here. Well, if they pack here, they have only Oops, I think I clicked on one by accident wrong. We need a yeah, that's good. I was gonna say we need a green pitch here. So they would have to have probably. We also have the fade not drawing the bog, but it should be a lock now, right? They have to win through endurance. There is a sequence of draws that we get like screwed over, but it'd be Dark Ritual plus Black Source. They can go Black Source into Dark Ritual, Therapy us for endurance into casting the Informer, right? Or along that permutation at least. This is gonna be telling, right? Whether they go for it or not here. Hey, Salty Broccolis, how's it going? Jonathan and I like to we cringe at these look at the cards decks. Actually, for Jonathan, here's the you know yeah. So we let's take a look. Maybe here we just take the therapy too, right? All right. They have the pack of negation, which stops the endurance. Um, Therapy kind of does the same thing. They can. Oh, they don't have mana. I'm just gonna take their pack, right? The list may or may not be accurate. I don't know. No, this is literally the first match, Jay Z. Okay, that's pretty good. The pack of negation doesn't really do anything anymore, so I'm just gonna like play as a flash threat. I know, right? Things are lining up. This is for damage, right? Like I'm gonna like leave up reclaim for the rest of the game, and this is kind of why I don't think we need Nash Order. Like we're just gonna play at instant speed, and it's almost like we're a control deck, right? In this situation. Uh, I really like to see you and Testa playing elves. It gives me so much information and what you do. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I unfortunately I've been informed that the old elves Discord, there's like one really, very toxic player that has been blatantly lying about certain things. But that aside, the community has been great. Ironic. The funniest part is their username or their old username, I should say. What am I doing here? I think we get the layer right. We're gonna clock them for a bunch. Yes, Grizzly Bear that doesn't untap. We hold on. So we have six. I think that's lethal. Oops, cancel. It's good here, but overall, maybe not. It's very situational. I think it means that we don't even need that the natural order package against graveyard decks, which is like really nice. Yes. So we were talking about the turn two amulet kill. Jay Z, are you now an amulet gamer? Since it does turn two more now. Atraxa, I think, is like mixed results for people. I know Inigo hasn't hasn't liked it. Thinks it's not good. But I personally liked it. But that's me. I think I've like only lost two games so far where I resolved it. Actually, I take that back. One game was I was dead on board, so that doesn't really count. The other one, I think Progenitus would have lost to. So, uh, I don't think we can keep this hand. Slam dunk right here. The good old ley line cheese win, right? Yeah, I know if Jax were here, he'd be happy to see that for sure. I did see that, Joff. I did see that. I don't know. I why play Atraxa in that deck when you just play it in ours, right? Actually, that's a reanimator, so maybe it's fine. They're probably like, "What the hell is going on? Why do we have a ley line?" Actually, since we have Jay Z here on, I actually like to thank him. Like, he's the one that convinced me, and Jax actually too, that you can just go. You can play one to two ley line. Actually, two I was okay with, but he convinced me. I broke down that barrier where you can just play one ley line on the board, just like screw up graveyard players because how are they gonna board for that? All right, I think we probably won. We might just like ride this ley line to the finish, right? Do we board in force? Good question. I boarded in the one force that I had. We're gonna have a two-turn clock now. Yeah, it stops endurance and bog and seas. It's just like a million things, right? Um, we don't have lethal this turn, but yeah, I'm still on three shepherd. They already put the GG, so I think they're waving the right flag. In case it matters, I'm gonna take the oof. Time to like bash with all. They said GG already. I don't understand why they haven't conceded yet. It's the best one drop available. I don't love it, but it's I think better than everything else. And like in a Fiend Artisan deck, I think you have to play you have to play enough one drops, right? Because the way the deck is built, we're incentivized to play more one drops because of not only Fiend Artisan but of Gaia's Cradle. And we're not like super punished because of Shepherd against the Chalice decks. So it it's not that I love Shepard. It just happens to be the best option at like left, like of the one drops. There's like unless there's a new fire printing, I think everything else is like a must in this build, right? Like the Landlord elves and the Reclaimers are a must. Shepard is pretty fire. Yeah. So here's the list, right? Like for Fiend Artisan and Cradle to be like fully powered, you need to play enough one drops. Obviously you can still have a good Gaia's Cradle deck without enough one drops, but Fiend Artisan in particular, I think you need it. And I think the way the deck is built, you just need more. Congratulations, Curtis. So for those who don't know, Curtis won the challenge. I think I saw on Twitter. With his list of blue, well, 8 casts with the painter kill, right? If people play properly and kill your mana, you need enough one drop. So that's the other thing Mike is referencing to. For some reason, people believe, oh, I need to hold my removal for Artisan or Reclaimer or Grist, right? Or Permission. And that's like way too late, in my opinion. Like, you're probably going to lose anyways, unless you're combo. That's the exception, right? No, not going to two. Just I just don't think there's better options, is all. And I just want to play enough one drops. Oof. There's like a mode of 6 already. It's like almost a mode of 5. But yeah, I think I saw it earlier. Let me see if I bring it up. Curtis won the thing. DNS solver. I don't know if there's an underscore or not. If Curtis is watching, he can feel free to post his tweet here. It's gonna be hard for me to find, I think. Obviously, we get punished. Excuse me. Obviously, we get punished if they're on like a graveyard deck for not leading with Reclaimer here. It is time, hopefully. I think I'm gonna try to be mana efficient here and just like pass with Once Upon a Time mana. Might have been better to just yeah, because it's gonna save me damage in the long term, right? Like if Delver hits you 2 times, it's already worth it. Also, they sometimes they just panic, right? If you do that, they could daze here, but whatever. They would just take the Cradle. Oh, this is a friend from Inigo's LGS. Aren't they dead to Hydra for force, save for waste? Um, I think we're gonna have to bog them pretty soon, just like in case of Murktide region, but we'll see. I'm gonna do it on draw step in case they have something on the upkeep. And then if they don't kill the Reclaimer here, then it becomes a 3/4 too, right? That's fine. And then we really start to apply the damage this turn. And then I can actually hold up Reclaimer. That's kind of nice, actually. It's it's Atraxa Corey. Yeah, this is gonna get kind of out of control here. They play waste. Um, they probably can't even. Well, I guess they're attacking you. I think so. We know they're holding force. Um, I'm curious if there's a reason that we need to play anything here. Brazen Ball is non-creature, right? So I think we could just like sink maybe all the mana in. It's for 5 right now. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Lair's doing work here, right? Like I don't think we need to cast anything. Like why? We're ahead on board. Yeah, Bar was non-land. That's what I figured, but I figured I don't know. Maybe they have something strange. They can answer the lair. I don't know. People play weird things like um yeah, okay, yeah, no triple bolt, please. One time. Yeah, so this is the new card. There's a second card I think is like potentially playable, which is the Soulless Jailer, but I just don't think it's good enough right now. This game I had it naturally, but tutoring it would have been the turn after you get a Cradle, right? Typically that's the sequencing. There's chances where you get an Arbor too. It's just like kind of nice to have. I think it beats Graph Digger's Cage, which I like. Uh, I know I got a question about Gaia's Blessing earlier, so I boarded it in here. I think I like it other over the other two options that are like, well, I guess there's three, right? Like that some people like. Some people like Leyline. I think that's like kind of like very cheesy in terms of if you feel like you're a big underdog, then maybe. But I just think we're overwhelming favorites in this matchup. I don't need to do anything crazy like that. The other two options are like the Chalice or the Plague Engineer. I think I like the Blessing better, personally. If I see Young Peasy, then maybe I bring in the Engineer, but that's about it. Chalice is kind of good on the play, not so much on the draw. This is like reasonable. Yeah, Submerge is like you never know. Like people do weird things. I think so too, Joff. So the debate here is whether to fetch first before Once Upon a Time. I think given that we have the endurance at hand, we just want to hit land drops. All right, so I think we take the. Hmm. It's the question is, do we want to see these cards later? We're gonna green some for 0 anyways. I think we just take the basic actually. In case they daze it and we don't want to see those cards that we just looked at. That's another reason. And I guess that's the card. What's the verdict on this card? I don't think it's very good, but you know, people are gonna try it. I think ideally we draw a one drop here. Um, I think we're gonna run the Fiend Artisan out because I think we want to just like make our mana drop. I think we want to just make our land drops and then just like get to turn three endurance. They may bolt here, but that's fine. All right, that's good for us. Trying to think what they could have. They could set up for a Murktide pretty soon. If they kill our stuff, it kind of feels like they have a Murktide play. So I'm just gonna like pass. I'm gonna waste their mana, right? They're keeping up three mana. They can play Borrower, I guess, but that's like whatever. I don't think we care. I want to get full value off the endurance. Days here hurts. Yeah. I think that's okay for us though. We could potentially go to 10 here. The Delver flips. They have force. Yes, we are, unfortunately. Jesus Christ. The problem here is like the problem we had there is what's the word I'm looking for? So we need two 6 mana. Is that enough? For to do everything I want. I think it is. Actually, hold on. We're gonna be short here to kill them. Yeah, I think we have to do that. There's a chance we're supposed to. Actually, I might have messed up because of the borrower, but uh, I was trying to play around the Murktide region, and then we got a little bit punished by their line there. There's a chance I'm supposed yeah I'm supposed to take the other line, which is play the two creatures into the artisan, and then but that loses to their line of region too, right? Like which they seem to have already. I think we might have been screwed regardless. Let's see what they do here. They should go double face, but we'll see. That signals they almost have a bolt, right? There's that too, I guess. We have the endurance. I don't remember we saw force. Okay, they do have force. We screwed up actually. I shouldn't have been once upon a time. I think I needed to get the endurance on the board there. Yeah, we screwed that up. It may not matter. Wow, they're playing Stifle. Okay. We're just dead, I think. Yeah, I think the better play would have been instead of using the once upon a time, use the reclaimer there and rotate the land, and then you get the real force. Yeah, I'm not sure it would have mattered there. If they had the Murktide already, like then they had the Murktide play, and then they force our or they can daze. I think it's the whether we want to play around removal there or not. I think it might be better to play around the removal. Sorry, to play around the permission because that's free, right? Like, uh, the we it potentially the brazen borrower there changes the calculus, and then we're supposed to not play into days there because of the brazen bar being damaged. I figure we could strand their mana and then endurance end step. But the problem with that is because they got the 3/1 threat in play. So I think if I were to do it again, I'd probably take the other line. Oh, Super Bowl prediction. I think. Sorry, I didn't see that earlier, Job. I think if I had to bet, I don't really care either way. I think Chiefs only because Mahomes, but that's keep that has more to do with I just think Mahomes is like really good than anything else. This is like a decent hand. Him hitting land drops. I curve into endurance, right? If they don't answer it, it's protected too. Because I can go like turn two reclaimer. Let's see, they all right, they bolt there. So chain lightning. This is like a blast from the past, right? Like stifle, chain lightning, a lot of cards that are not as common. I think here we just like get two full basics, and then so we can ensure that we're gonna cast endurance next turn. If they don't answer the shepherd, it's like protected too, right? Through days. If they leave mana up, I'd be tempted to wait a turn to so we don't get a daze, right? Not to mention, we can get a cradle, so it's not like the problem I see with going for it here is because you just reward them for counter magic, right? Feels like they might have stifle. Actually, no, I don't think I'd want to do anything. I'm gonna undo that. I think I want mana. Might have to proactively bog here. I'm daring them to have. All right, I think that's a Murktide coming. I'm gonna play it safe and hit the Arbor. I did it this way so I don't get blown out by like removal right on my lands. What is going on here? Is that a Minsenbu? Yeah, it is. Wow. Okay. I hard to play around that. Like we didn't see this. I don't even think it's good against us, but it happens to be good here because we didn't see it coming. Jesus. I think we're gonna lose now. The issue is we didn't. I don't think we saw green like any of the other two games. But we're probably lost now. Ah, man. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, right? We didn't. I don't think we saw any of these cards like the other games. I don't think we can win for like against a Minsambu given the way that we boarded. Um, I don't know if I would have. I probably would have still boarded the same way. I might have played a little bit differently though, given what we saw. Yeah, I don't know if we can win this game. Like, because we don't have a way to go over the top of the Minsambu. Jesus Christ. It might be time to wave the white flag. We're down 5 cards. They have a planeswalker on board, and we don't have a natural or cheese win either. Yeah, I'll concede. I don't think we're winning this game. It's unfortunate. If I had known, and they somehow were able to hide the green splash for 2 games, but I might have played it a little. I might have boarded or played it a little bit differently. Stifle, ironically enough, is very good against us. Um, because all of our abilities are activated abilities, right? Like, and it can be a 1 mana stone rain a lot against a reclaimer or a 1 mana removal spell. Oh my god. Well, I am played the wrong dork. Yeah, it could be a 1 mana removal spell or a 1 mana like destroy target endurance, right? So it's kind of a blowout against us. I think this is the second reanimator player. No, sorry, we played against Oops, but unfortunately here, this can happen every once in a while where because of the way the deck is built now, we're less incentivized to lead with Reclaimer, and this could happen where like you leave the dorks and then you get punished, right? Because you don't know they're on a graveyard deck. More relevant when on the play, which we were this game. On the draw, you're probably losing anyways. Game one at least.
It looks like they don't have a reanimation spell. Actually, that's not true. They could easily have it. They pitched the Exhume after all, so they probably don't have 2 mana. We have to get lucky in top deck endurance, which did not happen. There is 2 in the deck. I think based on the way the games have played out so far, granted, like it's skewed towards really fast decks. A tracks on the board is probably fine. Like if it's just based on the matchups, right? But we played 2 graveyard decks now. Um, probably Animate Dead or something. Yeah. Interesting that they went after Archon. Don't think that's correct. We're actually not out of it. We can top deck a Green Sun or a Gris. So there's a 6 outer, and then I think we can stabilize. Ugh, that doesn't do it. We have to play the Artisan there. It's gonna get discarded anyways. It gives us one more chance, right? Like, we're gonna pitch the Artisan to the Archon trigger, and then hope we draw one of our 6 outers. And even then, like, it's not for sure, right? They could draw into another reanimation spell, and then we're just hosed anyways. But gotta play to your outs. That is not what they. Well, I guess that's lethal. 14. Actually, it's not even lethal. Well, it sort of is now because we have to pitch and then we can't deal with both creatures at the same time. So I guess it didn't matter. All right. So the new sideboard plan, right? We're gonna board out the natural order package here because we just have so enough graveyard hate. And Reclaimers are win con anyways. Can come out. All right. What is coming out in this situation? We have one more cut. I would imagine it's probably the Shepherd. Um, our the way the deck is built now is actually a little bit better against show and tell, right? Because we can show in Artisan or we can show in Gris, and that's actually pretty good. Endurance doesn't do anything against show and tell, but Atraxa is in the sideboard for what matchups? Pretty much all of them. Outside of Graveyard and Delver, which is conveniently what we've been playing against. But pretty much, in my opinion, every matchup aside from those. No, I wouldn't bring it against Reanimator. I wouldn't bring it against Cephalid Breakfast. I wouldn't bring it against Oops All Spells or Delver, or but pretty much everything else. This is good. We're gonna go once into land into seas. Even with initiative, what about initiative? Why isn't it? Why wouldn't you bring it in against initiative? Yeah, we want the land. Yes, it is. Entomb, Animate Dead, Grief, Reanimate is a pretty redundant hand. So we can't, yeah, we can't take the reanimation spell. I think we take the Entomb. Hey man, how's it going? pitch. What did they pitch? Animate dead. They could reanimate the grief. I think we're winning if they do that. They're gonna take the green sun. Okay, that's fine. There's a chance we're supposed to take the grief, but I think we lose the discard then, right? In that instance, and there's way more is discard in that deck than otherwise. I think we just take the basic just in case. Actually, we should have taken the Bayou so we can hard cast Ley Line. Like in case we draw a like Cradle or something, right? I thought about Magus for a second. I don't think we should care. Don't think. Well, it's a little more dicey now. We took more of the natural water package. Hey Parker, how's it going? We're 1-1 in the league right now. Beat Oops lost to Rug Delver. The Rug Delver was like interesting because I probably would have played differently if I saw any green the first two games, but I didn't. I think we just pass. It's fine. It's just like for a league, anyways. I don't think we care just yet. Well, let me think. We have four cards. We know two of them. Four cards. We know two of them. Yeah, I don't think we care. It's fine. I think this is an instance where we. No, I don't think we put anything back. It's actually going to be harder now without natural order in the deck to beat this kind of hand. Before we would not care, but we might actually care now. That's actually a really good draw. Oh my god. Don't tell me they're gonna get it. Did they play Badlands? I need to check. You gotta be kidding me, man. Holy shoot.
unfortunate. It had to not be one of the three remaining one mana reanimation spells there. Just kind of brutal, to be honest. I don't. Well, it's not entirely true. We might just be dead on board here. Like we don't have a way to kill the Archon. I think what's gonna happen is we have to take three and then hope to top deck Green Sun, right? Or Gris. Just kind of a brutal sequence there. I thought, oh my god, yeah. I'm trying to think like the opening hand. We had the choice to take the Entomb or the Grief. Now, actually, the problem with taking Grief is they can just reanimate it, right? Like, so I actually that's just wrong. Like, I think we made the right play and it just didn't line up well. We can just quickly watch that again. Kind of a interesting game. What I like to do is like in my losses, especially, take a look at if I misplayed. I think that helps. So here, I think we had the chance to take like this is like all good cards that we want, right? And I think we just want to hit land drops because we're gonna Green Sun for whatever next turn, anyways. All right, so we saw their hand, right? They have two reanimation spells, a Grief, and an Entomb. I think you have to take the Entomb because if you take the Grief, they just reanimate it. So I don't think that actually does anything. Did Endurance reanimate? You could, but then they have Entomb and Animate Dead left, right? Matt. Unless they pitch the well, they would probably pitch the yeah, they only have Entomb and Animate Dead left is the issue. Actually, there is a chance we're supposed to take now that I think about it, there is a chance we're supposed to take the Reclaimer off the Once Upon a Time, right? Because they're gonna have to take the Endurance and then we stick the Reclaimer before and then we can yeah, I think that might have been the correct move. Because if we draw a land, we're gonna slam the Green Sun anyways. Otherwise, we still have another card. That might have been the mistake. Yeah, I was just concerned about hitting land drop on two, but I think given that we have two chances to draw mana, it's probably fine to take another either Endurance or Reclaimer. So that's fair. I think that was probably the mistake. So we can move on. I guess I because the thing was I didn't play around two removal. I mean not removals, two discard spells. But I think yeah. In hindsight, let's see between the Reclaimer and the Endurance. I think Reclaimer is still probably correct there. They take the because they have to take the Endurance, right? And then we essentially had two draw steps. They had a land drop. I don't know. It could just be results oriented and just our line didn't line up with what they had to. So there's a chance that's the case. Kind of a disappointing start though to the league.
I think we've been on the play like most of these games too. Maybe not the first match, but that's about it. Flagstones. Wait, am I reading this right? They have six. They're playing 62 cards. What do I want here? It's these are the type of board states where the first Visionary is kind of nice, right? Because we don't really know what our opponent's doing. That would be scary right now. Chalice, sir. I don't think Chalice really does anything against our deck. I think we're gonna choose. We're gonna Grist tick up. The funny thing is the Atraxia would have been nice. But yeah, I don't think in most cases we want to draw Atraxia game one. I found it can win games, but it's just like kind of bad. Uh, I'm if you're oh my god, why? I think that's all of them, right? I can't tap. Yeah, actually can't. Oh, I screwed up. I was supposed to once in response, and I didn't. All right, that's on me. I like did it too quickly. Don't think it really would have mattered though. Actually, I take it. It matters if I hit a challenge. I mean, a Allosaurus Shepherd. So that's on me. Did we have the opportunity to once there? We did. I clicked through it. So with the trigger on the stack, I should have just like tapped my mana and cast once. I think we did though. If I could be wrong, they messed that up. They should own if they stack the trigger right. They should only have to tap three. My God. Yeah. See now we can tap it. The problem now is we kind of need. What do you think about this deck's lack of card advantage? Do you think Phenard is kind of considered card? I think Phenard is. I think Gris is card advantage for what it's worth. Um, 3. Okay. So we kind of like screwed ourselves there, right? Like we missed the once upon a time. Now the Tabernacle's coming down. Might still be okay, but it's like definitely dicier.
may be correct to start running things into the Fiend Artisan so it grows. So we have a faster clock. Right. Especially coupled with a Gris. We're getting a little bit punished for not, responding to the Tangle Wire trigger. But you also don't. I guess, if you're in the 1-2 bracket, this is not surprising, right? It didn't matter there, but like they're stacking the triggers wrong. I don't actually consider Fiend Artisan by itself a card advantage for what it's worth. Whiskey God. It's because the Gris with Fiend Artisan, you're like demonic tutoring every turn, right? All right. So they should stack the triggers so that the Tangle Wire goes on tap, and they tap to the Tangle Wire, and then they do the smoke stack, right? So they should allow me to smoke stack first before the Tangle Wire. Yeah, so that's correct. Uh, yeah, apparently. Yeah, I think if you feel like you need more cards, you can just play like one Vision or one Wirewood. I just think it's just like a little bit too tangent to the game plan, and I just think you try to overload them with Fiend Artisan into Gris. The second Gris helps a lot in case the first one ever gets answered. But yeah, this very much your control matchups are probably worse than before because not only is there no Glimpse of Nature, there's also no Elvis Visionary, right? It requires just tighter play against control, but I think in most cases you're probably still okay. This is like punishment, I think, for being in the 1-2 bracket. Playing against this. All right. This is a prison killer here. Gris helps us beat the prison decks. All right. I think we want the Attracts in this kind of deck. Probably not Snuff Out. That was a dead card. There probably no Bog. I don't think I love any of the other choices to be honest. Is there a reason for Chalice on 0 against this deck? Probably not. And I think of the remaining options, probably the land is the best. This is fine.
This is like one matchup I think Atraxa is probably worse than Progenitus because the card advantage doesn't really matter. Um, Not to mention if they have Caracas, that could be a thing. But I think overall Atraxa is better. But this is probably one matchup where they're not beating a Progenitus, whereas they could potentially beat Atraxa. Chalice. Yep. I think I took the endurance given the hand. Actually, kind of sets up like a fast natural order too, if it comes down to it. Here, given that they left mana up, I don't think we can afford to. Yeah. Actually cancel. I think we just ramp here, to be honest. Oh, that was what I was afraid of. I think we. That's a problem now. At least we didn't natural order. But yeah, this is an issue. I think we just have the Arbor exiled. We boarded out the snuff outs too. We didn't see any creatures game one, but I guess we'll find out here. Like what? I'm not enjoying this league. We can get lucky potentially. There is a chance they just walk the containment priest into the endurance. You never know. Especially since like there's this fake sense of what's the word I'm looking for? Sense of security with the chalice out too, right? Like they're like it could realistically from their side think, oh, we have all one drops in hand, especially if they're not familiar with elves. Could be Shadow Spear. Cage if they have it. That's an option, I guess. That tells me they either have the cage in hand or don't have it at all. All right, we got a little bit lucky here. They walked into our trap. They have 2 mana up. I wonder if that means they have another priest. but I guess we'll find out. Um, so the question here is actually they can deal us a lot of damage.
I think we might be priced into the. There is a chance we're priced into casting the natural order here. All right. That's a lot of cards. So once land, natural order, and creature probably.
Maybe the another fiend artisan. It's only a 1/1 though, so I think the endurance might just be better. Yeah, Caracas is real bad, right? This is like one of the scenarios it could matter. Although if their board was wider, then the Progenitus is bad. All right, that's really good for us.
I think we can just like hoof here potentially. It's a lot of life gain, right? They lose one of their tokens, but it's probably over, right? I guess the scenario I'm thinking of that I'm scared of is if they Caracas the Atraxa suddenly, and then, but I think we just want to gain the life, right? Like deal 7 again. We have a 4/4 now. We just like start running things into the chalice or evoking to grow the artisan. Yeah, I think like I said, in this scenario, there are certain scenarios where the Progenitus is better. I think overall the Atrax is better. I think especially in like these racing situations where they aggressively kill your creatures anyways. Sham Wow Fellow. This is like a reanimator player. Keep. I don't know if they're on reanimator now, but they are known for it. So I think given our hand, we just want 1 drops. They have the turn 1. They have the turn 1. Yeah, I think they are on. Preordain is never a fair card. I forgot what I saw off the Once Upon a Time, but there's a chance. I forget. Yeah, I don't remember what I saw. Sure, they might like try to reanimate Gris or something. It's like a thing they could do. Land, nice. We have lethal next turn. So they have to combo through Reclaimer here. It's possible, but they need a certain line. This could be it here. Oh, they're on Storm. I take that back. Interesting. All right. I definitely did not expect that. Did we just punt? I think we did. Oh, shoot. I think they did too. My God. I think both sides just punted right now. Like I should have bogged them in response, and then, sheesh, doesn't matter now. I would have to look at the thing again, but it's possible we punted. Like maybe we're supposed to bog there, but then they could just take the other line, right? Like and pass in flames there. Ugh, that's brutal. He was using a basic swamp. I don't think I understand your question, High Star. That was turn. What was that? That was turn three. Hey, Drew Sky, how's it going? I think against them, I definitely want the Atraxa here. Um, Force of Vigor, maybe not. Oh, nice. I love myself some LEDs. What do I do here? Probably cut a dork, and then call it a day. Force of Vigor feels kind of like superfluous here. Like we could board it in, but I'm not sure. I don't. There's like not much else to board out. Is the problem. We have this. I think it's fine. Ideally, we have season opening hand, but can't have it all. I think that line here is like get a turn one dork. Yep. That's the nice thing about playing more dorks. You can go like turn one dork, turn two collective. My gamble paid off. They could seize here. Nope. So I think the line now becomes turn two collector oof, turn three natural order into Atraxa, try to find the chalice of the void, right? We actually have lethal too, potentially next turn, depending what they do here. We don't have lethal, so I'm gonna hit to Atraxa. Actually, I sequenced that poorly because in case I draw a seize, yeah, that's gonna happen. That was a mistake by me. I just realized it right now. Oops. Get the, probably this. The reclaimer. Yeah, that was a misplay on my behalf. I should have. Okay, this is the growing pains, I guess, right? Like I should have tapped so that I had black open, and I this is a scenario I envisioned when theory crafting with Atraxa too, but like that's just a misplay on my behalf. They might dress down here and we're in trouble. Yeah, I think we might have just lost that game because we tapped mana wrong. Yeah, immediately punished. The good thing is the tendrils is in their hand. They can brainstorm it back, obviously, but oh my god, we noticed the mistake immediately and they got punished. I like should have thought it through. All right, they got us. All right, we'll run it back. I think we should have done better than that. If I played a little bit tighter. I think the list felt good, right? Like I think we should have definitely won that game two against Anther. M Decker, I think they were on Reanimator. I think we also took the right line. It is what it is. I think we'll run it back. Oops. All right. I guess we can. Let me think. Open more chests, maybe. There. Actually, we have 17 tickets. Do I just use the 17 tickets? I guess. Yeah, I guess so. That's fine. We'll get it back. I pretty. I just have to clean up the list. Not the list. The mistakes that The one mistake that I made was just, and we caught it immediately, was the not tapping correctly for the C's. And I immediately after I cast it too, and then we immediately got punished by drawing the Thoughtseize. But otherwise, I think we probably win that game because we had lethal. I think the next turn. I also misspoke. I just looked at my opponent, and they're typically on Ant. I just for some reason I don't know why I thought they were on Reanimator, Painter. This is a good matchup in my opinion. I think we just keep this in the dark. Hey Robert, how's it going? Yeah, I decided to stream live today because I just happen to have the day free, and most Europeans cannot catch my normal time streaming, so I changed it up since I had the day free. Misty Rainforest. I wonder what that means. Um, yeah, I think I'm doing fine. Curious what Misty it suggests. Bolt, maybe? Maybe they're on Delver? No. Brainstorm, end of turn? Oh, God. Alright. Reanimator. Do not think we're beating this. There's a line that can beat this, actually, since they got Archon. Um, and we happen to have the Grist already in hand. Sure. Yeah, I mean it is. I mean, Reanimate is gonna be popular regardless. There's gonna be always the players who play it because it's like fairly easy to play, and you're less, especially if you're not familiar with Legacy, you're less likely to punt as a result. Sure. So I think the line here is I'm going to play two one drops and then lose one of them because I don't want to lose my actually I think I have to regardless because I have to get the 3 mana for Gris. So here I think I'm gonna pitch the Reclaimer, probably pitch the Artisan. If I draw another land, I play the Reclaimer, and then Gris them, and then hope that goes the distance, right? Like we're gonna have to get lucky here. Like that somehow they don't have another reanimation spell, and they've drawn two cards now. Three with a researcher. All right, so there's that. We pitch the Reclaimer. We pitch the Artisan. Our line now is we're gonna Grist and take down the Archon. Whether that gets there or not is another question. I think a land is might be the best top deck because it protects the Grist as well. Not that that really matters. Really, we gotta fade a second reanimation spell. Oh, that's not good. That means they probably have it on this turn. Um, now we're dead.
if it turns out we need to play more ley lines, then we play more ley lines. But I think we're gonna see how our sideboard plan goes works again. Did I map correctly here? Okay, endurance needs to come in. Snuff outs need to come out. So what am I missing here? Like that, I guess. I mean, I don't. I try to build the decks like not super geared towards leagues. I like try to build a deck, because essentially leagues just mean you get better combo practice. But I try to make sure that you can still beat Delver and obviously initiative as well. And to be fair, Elves has a pretty good Reanimator matchup, I think, overall. Um, it's definitely safer with ley lines, but they can always have show and tell. Especially since we saw Underground Sea here. I mean, there's a good chance they have show and tell. So, and we already have 4 Endurance in the 75 and 4 Reclaimers. So, I think there is a thing that is like too much Graveyard Hate too. And I know that's weird coming from me, but it becomes a little bit redundant. My opponent, funny enough, says, "Hi, good luck, have fun too." So like living up to the Reanimator reputation there. We have turn one Reclaimer. We're just hoping they don't have the turn one, right? I don't know if they had it or not last game. Also, a snap keep will scare your opponent is what I've found. Like I've gotten like decently good at snap keeping non leyline hands and slow rolling the leyline hands. Like that is something that is a thing, right? Like reanimator players have like will be typically overly aggressive if you mull. Sorry, not mull. If you pause, and they'll be more scared if you snap keep. So I try to inverse that if possible. If I think my opponent is on to me, then I flip it back. So a lot of this is like mind games, right? Like snap keep, usually your opponent thinks is a ley line hand, and I think I'm gonna dare them to combo through on Reclaimer like turn one. They probably take out Green Sun. I mean, I would. Interesting. Maybe they have a show and tell hand. That's like the only thing I can think of. I'm still gonna do this play, but it just occurred to me that Gris plus Lair plus Cradle is kind of a combo. What is going on here? That's what it's looking like. Um, but I think that's okay, right? We're gonna show in the ley line. Um, the reason why, okay. Uh oh, what is going on? The reason why I got a basic here is because I'm intending to fetch it away. Like we turn into a prison deck against Reanimator, and Reclaimer is like the best card in the matchup probably. It's your win condition. It's your lock piece. It's your ramp. It pretty much does everything in this matchup. Yeah. So the line here for those who are trying to learn the deck is, we don't even need natural order now in this matchup because Reclaimer can just get Lair of the Hydra. I'm gonna start bashing for like 5 a turn and just like hold Reclaimer up, right? Like that's the winning line. You don't even need like the natural order package anymore. I think we just run it back. The thing is like the natural order package is good against to close the door against Reanimator, but it's like not quite. It doesn't really do anything the first few turns, and sometimes just having extra, you know, Shepherd for what is it called? For Gaia's Cradle activation is a big deal. It just gets you off the ground faster. Not to mention there is the danger of drawing your natural order targets, right? That's always a thing too. Wow. Okay. So here they're tanking. I'm gonna tank too because I have a ley line in hand. So what we're gonna try to do here is we're gonna once into the challenge is kind of redundant. I don't know if we want to do it on zero. They could have a bounce spell. I feel like the ramp here is just like worth more. Yeah, like let's do that. I'm ramping because I'm assuming they don't have enough to bring in uh enchantment hate plus, show and tell. Hey Boogish Matt, how's it going? Yeah, I know, I haven't streamed in a while. I think I'm gonna try to play the chalice on one and just start trying to lock their outs out. Obviously, if they have a bounce spell, I feel silly here, but I I I was like banking on the fact that they don't, and I'm gonna try to lock them out of their cantrips, right? I think so too on bad mental misstep because uh not even like, because of combo. I think players if they really wanted to be combo they could. It's just so that the greedy mana bases right like You just can't run like six drops and whatnot. The problem is people want to have fun too, so like then they don't want to play against Dover. Yeah, exactly right. Otherwise, everybody's just playing five color soup if not for Delver. Did they miss? Okay, there's that.
Yeah.
So they show in. So if they play show and tell here, we just put in the Gris, and we have like ley line protections that kind of helps. They have bounce. They would have done it in response to the chalice. It smells like show and tell. Show and tell is like interesting because it doesn't line up particularly well against initiative. I don't think. Ooh, interesting. So I'm gonna ask my opponent what cards are they putting in their hand, because unfortunately, cannot tell. Right, this is bugged. They probably put in either Echoing Truth or Snuff Out, and then okay. Unfortunately, my opponent is not letting me know. Cruelty, thought sees. Yeah, this for sure, for sure. Let me think. We gotta kill this right now. The problem is then what after that? So here, I guess I can Gaia's Blessing, draw a card, perhaps. I could put a reanimate. I could put if they have show and tell, I guess it doesn't matter. Actually, let's do it this way.
Yeah, my opponent is not telling me, so unfortunate. This is kind of aggravating. They're responding to my chat messages too. It's just kind of frustrating that they're not um, revealing what they're boarded, what they took. I'm pretty sure I can figure it out. Probably they put in an Archon or whatever, but they know. I informed them. I asked them if they would tell me what the card is, and they did not. Even though they're responding to my messages. It's kind of frustrating. It's frustrating because I've been asked the same thing and I've reciprocated. So just yeah, it's just annoying for sure. It's okay. I'll let them know that the whole audience. They just type the cards when it's too late. It's a. I think we lost. I don't think there's an out here. I'm just gonna go ahead and concede. Actually, let me think about that. Yeah, I don't think there's an out. Assuming as long as they don't misclick, I guess that's like the only the only thing that can happen. I probably would lose anyways. I don't think that mattered because like I can kind of figure out what their line was. It's just what did they just screw that up? Oh, they're giving me a chance here. If I draw a shepherd, then I can deal with the archon. Oh no, never mind. I thought they were attacking me. Okay, that now it's over. Yeah, I misspoke. I thought they were attacking me and giving me a one out. Yeah, yeah. I recognize this name as a kind of a salt lord. Um, actually, I'm gonna cancel real quick. I'm gonna use the restroom and then I'll be right. Actually, too late. At least this is gonna be a fast matchup. I think. This person always plays like the whole breacher list. So either they're gonna kill me or I'm gonna win pretty quickly. I don't know. I think my personal take on that, Peter, is I think given that it's a league, sure, I don't expect them to do that, but I don't know. To me, it kind of feels like um, it's not in the spirit of the game, right? Like, whereas it's supposed to operate a certain way, and you're just taking advantage of a bug, in my opinion. If when somebody asks you, right? It's different when there's a bug that the other user can't fix. Like that, I understand, but this is a little bit different in my opinion because it's easily fixed on the other user's side. But again, I get not everybody. I mean, I get people want to win, but like especially for a league, it seems pretty trivial to me, right? Like it's not like I'm trying to think of a bug. It's not like the Gyruda bug or whatever, right? Like where the other player. Well, actually, that's probably not the best example. It's not like for instance, Trinisphere was bugged a few times. It's not like the other person is actively trying to abuse that bug. It's just so they can't control it. This smells like Hellbreacher here. The reason why I don't attack is I want to give them this false sense of security in case they go for the combo. Sure. Yeah, they may not go for Narset there if I snuff out main phase for just in my opinion. Like L's, the information matters a lot more. Yeah, snuff out main has just been the absolute nuts. I should have gone to it earlier to be honest. I just didn't because I felt like the deck was very good before. I think the main reason is the initiative matchup is what forced me to push towards main deck snuff outs. And it's something that will stick even after initiative if there's a ban or whatnot. Vendetta can come out. All right. I think we want the Atraxa. I think I don't even remember how I board against this. I think given that they're the Chalice version, we still want the Allosaur Shepherds. The Vendetta, oops, can probably come out. We have too many cards in this situation. This is like questionable since we have a lot of cards to bring in. I don't think I love Seas 2 given that they have Shepherd. I mean Chalice. I think with that said, I think that's probably what we want to do. Actually, the endurance probably not. I think Leyland's like they could have the that's a 3 card combo. I don't think we care, but it's probably better than the other stuff. It's free. The reprint was a long time ago for what it's worth, Steve. I know a lot of elf players were upset at me for adding snuff out, which is like $100 foil, right? Whatever it is right now. Maybe it's more. I don't know. I cannot keep this. This is a turn 2 on the draw. Might be too late, but don't think we can go lower. Probably the natural order can go. Yeah, I mean, it went up a lot. I mean, dang, do they have the nuts? Sort of, yes. Yeah, I mean, this was a long time ago. It was Brian Koval who actually was joking with me. He's like, Newton, you're killing my wallet here. This is $100 rare, or uncommon. Sorry. Oh, they're gonna. I think they're just gonna lattice me next turn. I think I might just be dead. Yeah, I think I'm getting lattice right now. So they lattice us, and they yeah, that's the game. I don't. I'm trying to think. Is there a way we beat this? I don't think so. Because they can just keep ticking up every turn, right? Actually, that's not true. Now that I think about it, we can draw snuff out technically and kill the lattice. I don't think it was happening, but yeah. That is like something that has come up before, where like they lattice and I snuff out their lattice. Um, the question here is like really, do we want C's or do we want Yeah, I don't think we want that, to be honest. I think C's on the play is probably better, anyways. And I think they're gonna. I'm gonna anticipate that they're gonna board out their chalices. No, that's really good. I think here it's actually the artisan. They kept it force, which is interesting. Yeah, I suspect Shepard is not great in this matchup. I think it's good. Like me personally, the problem is it learned from Progenitus, right? Like I draw it all the time. Karn, sure, that's fine.
Oh god, they're gonna combo us too. Yep. Speaking of Atraxa, I think it was correct for us to board in the seasons based on everything I've seen. Um, what can we do? Right? We kept the collector oof hand. They had the dismember. I've come back from this before. It's just so hard. Also, there is a chance I am not supposed to board this. Keep this in post board. It doesn't matter here, but in general. I'm debating whether like to let them know about this in the future in case we ever pair again. We're probably dead, but I don't think it's 100. What do you mean by Connor Blast? Oh, I see what you're saying. Sure. Not used to having Chalice of the Void on my side. Probably. Yeah, we're just dead. All right. The question here is like, we're in the O2 bracket. Do we drop or do we try to, you know, play through this, so to speak? I'm gonna take a quick break. Here's the list again, and then I'm gonna use the restroom and get some water. Yeah, that's true. Unbanned mental misstep. Yeah, I think in the interest of everyone here, let's just drop. What I'll do, actually, it's gonna be the best case scenario, right? We're gonna drop from the league, because there's just gonna be all these nonsense brews. Let me open up more. What is it called? I'm gonna open up more chess because and I know that's everybody's favorite, right? I'm gonna open up more chess because I want to get to the what is it? The 80, the 100, right? So let's do that. Let's close this. Uh, I gotta transfer some chess over though. Is the only thing. So give me couple seconds to do that. But yeah, in the interest of of Twitch, I'm just gonna like drop the league because I don't want to pair into more random brews. Right? League's already kind of whatever's as is.
almost there. Just be patient with me for a second. I think four chests is probably enough. All right, I am back. So let's see what we open here. Oh, okay. I guess it only took one. Yeah, that would be kind of cool because sometimes like I want us to restart the league, and then like what's it called it? I want us to restart the league because my sideboard is or main deck is misbuilt, and then I can't, right? Um, yeah. Okay, let's run it back. I I do think the list is fine. It's just I think we are getting a little okay. I misplayed against the ant opponent, but I think aside from that, we are getting a little bit unfortunate here. I think we have the most a 5 land hand. I get questions about this card a lot. I think it is worth it, but if you cut it, it's not the end of the world, in my opinion. I think it's just barely does enough that I think I'm okay with it. Have I lost the game because of this? I have, but I've also won multiple games because of it. So I actually think it does more good than harm. Like the scenarios where you lose games because of Lair the Hydra is mostly because you needed a swamp, right, for either seize or snuff out, and this is like really awkward. Speaking of snuff out, yeah. So good thing chat actually asked me to drop. I was actually thinking about it, but just like it's not like I'm like cash starved for play points or anything. So we just might as well use the equity we got with chess and just like avoid the nonsense. I personally have it right now. Lair over another fetch over Basejo over Wasteland at the moment. It's kind of interesting. I think we're gonna just try to buy time to get to bridge to Artisan. Like we drew the car we bought him, which is awkward, but it is what it is. Wow. Okay, that was a really good endurance there. Land. I forget what was our opening seven. It was like I think Reclaimer, Artisan, and like 5 lands. That's probably not getting there. We really need to hit a land like here because I think if we do, we're probably in good shape. Chalice. Yeah. Okay, bin the shepherd and then like lock them out. All right. Like we have to hit, we have to get to turn 3 mana to before we can lock them out. I think we might get there. I did not think we were gonna get to this stage, but that endurance was very good. Uh oh. Sure. I'm like scared of a Aurora here. Finally. Um, I feel like there's no universe in which we just don't jam here. They never have it, right? Wow, I cannot believe we lost. I won that game. All right. I think in this kind of matchup, no Gris. They might be on the painter version. I think if that's the case, we want the guy's blessing as insulation. Um, Chalice on zero is good. And Atraxa, it depends. I feel like we probably want it. It's probably better than the endurance. Although endurance probably want us to game, but I don't think we're relying on it in most situations. I only endurance because we're like not gonna cast it anyway, so might as well, right? Um, but it was pretty good there. This is like where layer is kind of bad, right? Like we really want to keep up snuff out turn one. Like in all honesty, it's probably not attacking this matchup. So I can even see boarding it out. It makes sequencing really awkward. I think we're kind of flooded already, so I'm gonna actually we have dorks already, so let's just take the yeah. So I think going forward, maybe this should be boarded out against these kind of decks, and bring and keep the one endurance or something. Sure. I think we just snuff out here to minimize damage. Also plays around force negation. Like some people keep it in. This is like weird, but that's a really good draw. That's why we took the Cradle, right? Like I don't foresee the third door being a mattering really in this matchup.
Sai is like really strange as a matchup. It's like either really good or really bad, right? Chalice. Sure. Yeah, the first endurance looking pretty good here actually. Instead of the lair, gotta correct it going forward. There is that. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it looks like I have enough to. Well, I don't think the life matters. Let's just do it now. Oh, I screwed that up. Oh, I had Atraxa, and then actually this might even be better. It's hard as than Atraxa, but I just realized I could have just Atraxa there. But yeah, there is a chance Oof is just better here. I think you rather have the lock piece anyways, but there's a non-zero chance that's correct. I think we just let this resolve here. Don't tell me the dismember. Oh, cannon. Okay, that's fine. I thought it was gonna be a Kappa Cannoneer for a second. The game might be over. Yeah, I think that's just game, right? All right, we're starting this lead off on the right track here. Water over there. I guess while we wait, anybody have any questions for me or the new list? I am, I'm of the belief maybe attraction should be in the sideboard. Not because I don't think it's good. It's just like I hate drawing it, and I don't know if you need a game one. This is like really bad, right? It can lose you the game. Great question, Fornia. I think it depends who you ask. So I know there are some people who are down on Atraxa. I personally think it's a lock, but that's me, right? Like, I think it's like strictly better than not well, sorry, not strictly better. I think it is significantly better than Progenitus because Progenitus just doesn't even come in against a lot of these combo matchups. Um, and Atraxa is like quite good. For instance, in the mirror too, right, where you like want to draw into Snuff Out. Um, if you don't have lethal, I had that come up the other day. Excuse me. Uh, if Caracas is everywhere, maybe we want Progenitus. It really depends on what you expect. I think it is better than Progenitus in most circumstances. I think something like a DNT, then yeah, maybe it's worse, but I don't think by much. Ooh, Malamujo. Sure. We're gonna go turn two Reclaimer into probably turn three like Artisan. That smells like Bolt. Do you think there is a realistic way to change deck so that Hardcast Atraxa is possible? I think the only card is that one card I suggested in on Discord. I forgot it was some Orichi or Leaf Collar is probably the only thing. I haven't tested it yet. Maybe I should. Uh, that smells like removal to me, but I think we just do it anyways. Could be days. I don't know. Yeah, could be Bolt into days too. That's fine. Uh, yeah, I think they have to. Reason why I didn't attack is because if Delver doesn't flip, I think holding off one damage is more important. Probably untapped. That's actually a good sign for us. I think their hand might be all permission. Mm, hold on. It's gonna be a 3/3. It dies to Bolt. I don't know if I want to do that. We might be priced into whatever here. I don't think we want to attack. Yeah. Missed again. Wow. If we bog here, actually, I kind of like that.
the lair doing work now. It's a lot of damage. I think we have to bog here, in my opinion. And their Delver isn't flipping. Wow. Okay. I think it's safe to say the layer probably won. Well, the Reclaimer won the game too. They waste. They probably waste the layer here. There's still a ton of damage coming in. Yeah. All right. So I just boarded more removal and again, not tempted by the ley line, the chalice, or the plague engineer. The rest is pretty straightforward. Sure. Two 3 drops is not great, but it's at least I'm hitting land drops. That's a great top deck, by the way. Probably bolt my arbor. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Cowcad or Cow Chad. Assuming that's your last name, first name. I think here we just go Reclaimer into Bog. Actually, I think we snuff that out first and then Reclaimer into Bog. They may force this, or that's fine too. I fall to inform you that I'm disappointed in your choice in deck name over. Is the deck obvious deck name the Nightmare on Elf Street? Rock the Baby. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. Ooh. What are the odds that they have? Another Days. Oh, Walkabout. That's really good, actually. I like that. Okay, I'm gonna.
I'll have a vote on Twitter or something, but oof, all right, sure. There's no way they attack. Or they shouldn't, at least. I think here, like, they used 2 days already. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and try to main phase the endurance here. Yeah, because if that sticks, we probably just win. There's no way they block, so we attack. Um, I think this is kind of interesting. We definitely bash. I don't think they block. The question is whether to take down or up, and I think the answer is probably up. The over flips is awkward, but if it doesn't, we're sure. And then just unlock our entire mana base. Hmm. I guess if they want to do that, that's probably fine. I think, sure. And I think here we just kill this right now. Well, are we gonna race that? I think we are, so there's no need. Oh, I'm glad that we did that then. There's a Murktide coming, and we're gonna kill the Murktide here. A little bit awkward though. We go to 11. We have a 2 turn clock as well. If we draw, there's and a lot of top decks, right? That's not one of them though. 6. Hold on. Oh, we just have lethal.
We have 6 on the board, and then this is for, yeah.
I almost gave my opponent another turn, but yeah. Actually, that match, Lera was really good. You can argue it won both games, right? Hey, Lumberjacks. I appreciate you coming by. Thanks for the kind words. Uh, let me. I've actually been trying to like. It's just been hard, right? Like I was gonna play more modern and more vintage, and then initiative dropped, and then like that completely changed the calculus for our deck. Like I had to rebuild almost like the deck, right? Because you had to find more room now in the sideboard. It kind of like was good because the changes were needed anyways. I knew the Elvis Visionary and the Wirewood symbiote would eventually get cut. It just accelerated the process, and I thought I was gonna play the Moloch, but we've actually cut it for cards that are better, I think, and I put it there. Yeah, for sure, Lumberjacks. I know. Like I said, I'm streaming today during the day because I just happen to have the day free. Um, so people in Europe at least can catch me. Usually, it's at a time that it's like they're sleeping, right? Also, it's a little bit better for East Coast people too. So um, there is that. I'm glad I took unbanned. Sorry, not unbanned. Who was it? Yeah, unbanned mental missteps advice and just dropped because you just don't want to parent it more brews. It's just a waste of my time and your time. I guess the question here is, what is the name for the deck now, right? Should it be Rock the Baby or Rockabye Cradle is pretty nice too. I think the more I play with this list, I think the more I'm convinced the Atraxa should probably be sideboard. Because you don't want to just like lose game one randomly to some of these random decks. Scott Official. The last time I played against this person, they were on Oops. Um, I don't know. I'm just gonna keep and hope I don't die turn one. Like I would keep this in the dark normally. We could just be dead. I think we have to once in response.
Dictate the Bayou.
If they take the once, we're like screwed, right? We don't have a turn one play. I think we just F6 here. They pitched a Cabal ritual. I think they're on Doomsday, most likely. I think I'm okay with that. Oh wow, okay. Was not expecting that. All right, we were dead regardless, right? Because if we take the endurance. Okay, I did not know that they're playing Grief now, but that's kind of cool. Sure. So they are on Oops. I thought for a second they were on like Doomsday. Sure. Uh, I think it's good. It's probably a little bit not as good as I thought in the sense that because the problem is it's still a 7 drop. I don't really want it to draw it right like or if realistically maybe like if it was castable then I would consider it. But it's just like I think it should probably be in the sideboard. I think. Snuff out's bad. We're gonna board out the NO package against these graveyard decks. Uh, I forget if there's 0 drops die to Plague Engineer, but I don't know. It's probably not worth it though. I think Phyrexian Walker, I think it's like one of those cards. 0/3, so it doesn't. Snuff out, probably not. Vendetta, Engineer, yeah, probably not. None of these cards. Yeah, I mean, if the battle cards end up being good, the Atraxa gets a buff. The thing is, like, I I I fell into the trap of initially thinking we should play Grief or more 0 mana cards just for Atraxa. I think if the cards are good enough, then that's fine. The problem is I don't think you want to play cards just so that post trigger it's good because I think you should be winning in most situations where you board it in. Ironically enough, our switch to Snuff Out has increases the value of Atraxa, right? I can see something like against like a Moon Stompy or like maybe even Initiative, you go like Atraxa into Snuff Out and then just like stabilize, right? Whereas Progenitus loses to some of their board states. Granted, it's weak to Caracas, but you can't beat everything. Yes. Think we will tank for a little bit because that will cause our opponent to maybe think we don't have a leyline hand. That's what I mentioned earlier, right? I think we're gonna go turn one Seize into Boom Boom next turn. Keep. The mode of 4. Wonder what that means. Usually I'm scared of if they mode of 4 game 1 because that means they're just trying to like cheese me. Game 2 I'm not sure what that means. Maybe they try to mold to the I don't know leyline of Sanctity or something. Interesting. They somehow. I almost feel like we take the feed here. I don't. Because there's fewer removal spells for Leyline there are win conditions. I made this mistake last time, by the way, not taking their thing. I think we do that, and then that, and then we pitch the Outsword Shepherd. Nice, we shut off the Chalice now. That might just be too much now to overcome, right? Uh, let's do it that way. It could matter. It's we're telegraphing that we have endurance up, but I think in the event they have just the nuts. 1 point of damage is not worth it. So artisan is kind of nice here actually because we can get reclaimer, and then we just like unlock our mana. Just like we can essentially just like keep up mana the whole rest of the game. I think the game is already over. Actually, hold on.
I think it's okay.
It's the reason why I think it's okay is because one of the ways you lose now with guys blessing your deck is if they just like have Goblin Welder recursion. So if you shut off that, I think it's hard to lose against Painter post board now, and I yeah I think Painter is a pretty it's crazy how one card just like flips that entire matchup, but the guy's blessing is just absolutely nuts. Mm, how many layers of protection do we need here? I guess we have 3 or 4. There's really no rush, right? Like we have like we're gonna kill them the next turn. I think the ley line is kind of nice. Oh yeah, I know. I probably did. I didn't like think about it. I guess I was just tunnel visioning. But yeah, you're right. I can just get Shepherd and just like bash for lethal there, Matt. Just like playing super defensively. But Matt is right. There's a good chance I have lethal. I play almost like a control player. I'm just like just think about how I lose the game, right? What changes? I didn't make any changes. I think the list is fine. It's just I think we got a little bit lucky. I misplayed against the ant player too. I think this is a mole. Probably that.
This is probably as like good as it gets besides like opening with Leyline, right? Yeah, good thing no Leyline of Sanctity, right? So that is something that Matt has plenty of experience, pummeling me with, so to speak. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So Matt hinted at it, right? Matt actually beat me multiple times with that in like big events. They might have packed though. That would be annoying. I think we might be in the clear now. Of course, the ley line is there. I think now we just play defense, right? Like, I think it's gonna be hard to lose from here. Oh God. Okay, I misspoke. I did not expect to see that. I think we're just dead. Actually, that's not true. No, we are. We are. I'm thinking of the other thing. I'm thinking of Painter, but we are dead. They're just gonna deal a million damage here, so that's pretty cool. I guess we should take a look at how they board it in case we pair against them in the future. They do have Leyline of Sanctity, so it's not like discard, is safe either. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Uh, I'm trying. Let's take a look how we boarded. We have changed anything? Probably not. I don't see anything changing. So, all right, that's pretty cool. That I will say that's pretty nice way to beat Graveyard Hate. Against which decks do you board attracts everything but Graveyard and Delver? The play patterns ever since we added Snuff out to the main deck is a little bit different for fetching. We're more likely to fetch Bayou now, game one, only because in case we draw it right. So that has changed a little bit. Huh. No, it's Planeswalker. The real powerful Daniel. They made days. I don't think we care. So you can actually get two Atraxas off. Sorry, two Grist off an Atraxa. Not that it matters, right? Like how often are they gonna be a dig through time anyway? Jesus. We played around the. Well, yeah, it's kind of awkward. Jeez, all right. I think they have a Murktide region in their hand, based on the way that they're playing. Um, I don't
think I want to fetch at the moment. In case they waste again. Yikes. Three removal spells, and we drew this card. I think it's probably still okay, but we have to draw a little bit better. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. That's actually why I didn't fetch. It's because in case they wasted me again to keep me off snuff out, because I think they're reading that I have snuff out in hand. And I just want to save that just in case, right, for a second waste. Doesn't die to bolt. There's an argument to be made. I should have fetched another Bayou already, but oh my god. Oh my god. This is why I don't want Atraxa main, right? I think we probably lost. The way they're sequencing, I think they have probably a Murtai Reach in hand, and they're waiting for me to use the snuff out. I'll just pass, I guess. Actually, in hindsight, I made a mistake. If I could do it again, I would probably go Shepherd into the Dork so that they had to use their removal, and then maybe the Reclaimer lives. So I think that was a mistake. Don't think they care. So I made a mistake there. It's almost certainly a Murktide in their hand, but uh, they might have another removal spell. But I definitely punted this game by I was trying to think about like being mana efficient, and then I like lost the Landlord Elves to Days. I was thinking like the Shepherd can protect the natural down the road, but uh, I think I don't expose a Reclaimer there. Yeah, see, I kind of had a feeling that they had the Murktide, so that's why I'm not like eager to blow the snuff out. They played pretty tight this game. I also think they knew what we were on because they kept a very reactive hand. Oh my god! All right, we're getting killed. The misplay by not forcing the stuff through is something I need to get better at. Like I usually don't respect counter magic. It's not even everything. We just drew really poorly Vindicator in 1985. And I also like in hindsight, I think we're supposed to not allow our stuff to get countered. Like I think I should have. I think the correct line instead of Reclaimer into Landlore was Shepherd into Landlore. If they bolt the Shepherd or the Dork, and then we play the Reclaimer, which would have the game looks very differently otherwise. We're dead. This is the danger of running the National Order package against Delver, right? You draw all the wrong cards. I do think we can win two on the draw, but no margin for error now. Atraxa seems best in a UG control shell. I don't know. I think the UG natural order shells are just worse than elves personally. Like the argument to play blue in that kind of shell is like for force will, but they don't even have good combo matchups in my opinion. Keep. So then it's just brainstorm, right? Like those kind of shells, from what I've seen, have issues with combo. Um, like the blue Zenith builds, and really then you're just playing it for brainstorm, which is a good reason to play it. But I mean, Cradle is a big reason being green, right? Here we have to walk into Wasteland, but I mean that's just the price of doing business. I think they might just bolt our thing here. That's fine. We're gonna snuff that out, and depends what we draw here. Ideally a land, which happened. The line we're taking here is gonna be weak to it's gonna be weak to Fury, but I don't think this hand can really afford to play around Fury here. Like if we try to play around Fury, we're just gonna get set back pretty badly, anyways. We're just hoping that they have bolt, right? They bolt the artisan, then we stick the grist. They should bolt the artisan. Um, yeah, there's that. Ugh. Land off the top here is like pretty nice, and then we stick the grist. Yeah. They could go for a Murktide here, and if they do, they get punished. That's okay with me. I'm gonna waste their mana here and do it on upkeep. They, sure. Land. I don't. We have no choice here. Do they have another one? I think they do. Shit. Hardcast days probably. Dang, another days. Well, actually, it's exiled. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Now or never. Like, yeah, I mean, they have no choice. Like, it's it's gonna get an artisan, and artisan's already out of bolt range, so I think they have no choice. We're like sitting on removal, which is awkward if they have another wasteland. One second. My wife needs help with groceries, so I'll be right back. Shoot. Yeah, they know our hand is removal. So this is why I think Glimpse of Nature is bad against Delver, right? Like you never get a chance to actually cast the Glimpse of Nature. Like if your Delver player knows what to do, which is they should attack your man. Ideally, we just draw another land here, so we don't have to rotate the Arbor for the Bayou and then snuff out it. So let's see. They have two creatures in the yard. A bunch of
bunch of instants and then a bunch of lands. I think we're gonna put the. Oh my god, that's annoying. They have another one. Yikes! All right, that's a. It's just off Delirium and Murktide Regent. We're gonna take 1,000,000 damage here, unfortunately. They played very well, for what it's worth. Okay, that's actually better. I don't have to take 7. Actually, hold on. That's not right. I'm supposed to snuff out first. Put all 3 creatures back into the graveyard. They're gonna iteration again. I'm confused now. I thought they put iteration on top. Maybe a Dover's Secrets. Oh, that's why. The guy's blessing actually. Yeah, yeah. Good catch, Oloro. I think I kind of have to do it now. Jesus Christ. That's one bad thing about putting all the creatures back. He drew all of them. If it flips, we lose. But man, what a crazy game! Like I. Okay, there's the bug again. Shoot. Well, why should we endurance them?
It doesn't work that way. It's bottom Inquisitor.
Oh my god, this I hate this bug. Shoot.
Oh, this is so aggravating.
Oh my god. Thank you. Endurance is probably the best draw here.
Do we care here? Probably. So they have to block if we attack. And then we die the next turn. Actually. They have to block. Yeah, our opponent messed up by attacking there. We have no out to the flipped Delver there, so we have to just play that. If they have ball, we lose, but you know, can't beat everything. Oh shit. Kind of an insane hand, like from our opponent. Frustrating game match. We played 4 removal spells, but then they drew like they drew like so many threats. I couldn't believe it. The other issue is like they played in a way that is kind of interesting, where they tried to like cut me off black first before playing their threats, which is like reasonable, but you're not guaranteed to draw your wasteland. That was a little bit awkward for us because they were able to do so. Yeah, kind of brutal. One thing that is like maybe okay is I think they were afraid. They're playing around endurance, in my opinion. That is my logic. Oloro. I think they were playing around endurance because if I endurance them, they probably just lose. But yeah, kind of brutal. It was really awkward because I think they had like 2 or 3 wasteland and like kept us off black. It was like they read our hand that we had removal, and it was just like really awkward. Um, like we never got off the floor, right? And I think if you're on the other version, you probably lose even worse there. But you know, sometimes that happens. The game one was brutal too because we drew like the wrong half of our deck, or not even the wrong half, but the one portion of the deck we cannot really afford to draw in that matchup, which is the natural order package, right? I think here we probably just want to ramp. I wonder what they are on. Oh my god. It's not my day. Usually I play around brainstorm. In determinist, I don't really play around ponder because the chances of that happening are low. But in this case, we got God, right? Like it's been one of those days, I guess. There's an argument to be made. I was gonna mention it before we got terminus here. To bog first so we can cast the grist. Didn't matter here, but would have been better for us. So I think that was a mistake. Whether that matters or not, I don't know. I don't know, but actually it wouldn't matter because we would have been able to cast the well, not cast, but we can play the arbor this turn, right? Just all around awkward though. So it's a little bit awkward there because if we had done it correctly, we would have been able to grist take care of the Narset there. But now we're just dead, right? Like it's a game losing mistake. Shoot. Right, because we tick down, get rid of the Narset, but we don't get like hit with the Days Undoing.
Well, maybe not actually. Too late though. All right, I'm gonna concede. I don't think we're winning this game. In the interest of time. Also, I gotta walk the dog pretty soon, so there's that. Just frustrating. Oh, Straz Daddy went live, so I'll probably raid Straz Daddy immediately after this.
Actually, against this version, I don't love endurance, to be honest, because I'm playing. The reason being is because I'm playing two of each, like Llanowar elves, Finhorn elves, and Elvish Mystic. That's the reason. I feel like we probably cannot keep this hand. This is better. We're kind of like low on threats, so what I like to do against these kind of decks is save the green sun for a threat later on. They're probably gonna bolt or kill. Not call it bolt. STP our first few threats or creatures. Like a lot of people blindly do that. If it was against Delver, I'd probably leave with green sun because the mana matters. But just brutal the last few games that we had. I think there's a chance we win the previous game if I had sequenced that correctly and played the bog before the arbor, uh, because we want to cast the grist anyways, and that would have allowed us to do so. It was like doubly backbreaking because of the terminus too, right? That we are not typically play around. Like I'll play around it if they brainstorm, but not out of ponder. Let's go back. What do we? Oh, and we lost to. Oops. I don't think I'm. I think the big win here was against the Malamujo, and then I forgot what they were on. Oh, yeah, they were on the painter, the not painter, the eight cast deck. I think the third buy is definitely needed though, based on everything I'm seeing. It looks like a prismatic ending on the shepherd is coming. Otherwise, it's swords on Fiend Artisan. Wow. Okay, better lucky than good. I think here I'm just gonna get basic because there's really in this matchup no need to have more than one Bayou. A lot of these players like to back to basics me or ruination me. It's a cheese play. Sometimes it works. A lot of times it doesn't. All right, they have another. They have a prismatic ending. Sure. We're in green sun for the second grist, which is nice. Some players don't know that we have two grists now. It's nice that it leaves a body, right? Like that way, natural is always threatening. The last game, I think it was brutal. Like usually when you, I feel in control when I have that many removal spells, but then they just drew endless threats, which is what's going on here.
Another ending? Yeah, I think so. Um, the interesting thing here is, am I playing around a sweeper here? Like they have four cards in hand. They're at 12. I feel like we play the one reclaimer and see what they do. They end step brainstorm. We're probably in trouble. Iteration, yeah. They got a swords. I think they will swords probably the reclaimer. It's hard, right? Like I have to debate whether to play 0 to 2. Oh my god. 0 or 2. Whatever that turn. 0 2 reclaimer. Like whether how much to commit to the board. Their deck is 8 swords to plowshares and then some number of terminus, so it's gonna be tough. Usually, I think you need natural order in this matchup. There's an argument to be made to play the Finhorn, but I think I'm gonna keep it. I don't think the damage is actually gonna matter. I think what's gonna matter is like whether the Reclaimer result. Oh my god, we're getting drowned here by iteration. All right, my dog needs help. 1 second. They're gonna ending my Reclaimer. So here, I think we should have just committed everything to the board, right? Like this, like set us back big time. Um, we like undercommitted, right? Now we're gonna lose to this. Because the thing is, if we had gotten to untap with the Cradle, sorry, with the Reclaimer, we could have gotten the Cradle, and I think the game looks not. We're still behind, but it probably looks a little bit different. I think now we're probably just dead, outside of like drawing natural order. This matchup is probably hard because we have to kind of walk into their sweepers, right? Because otherwise we lose to like they could just randomly cheese us with Narset into Days Undoing too.
So I think that's probably where the game changed, where we didn't play both reclaimers. I think we were supposed to, and we got like buried by their card advantage because of that. It's been on 14 since last summer. Golands. Just let me see. Yeah, just last couple of games really rough to be honest. I think Oops is probably not like I don't care about this matchup. Yeah, that was literally we're probably dead to Jace here. That was when we qualified for the showcase qualifier, and then we played one as a tutor target. It was like the glimpse reclaimer build still, and then to beat Delver, and then I just realized the card is like really good. Just so again, I think we kind of guess have to get lucky here, right? Like we draw the natural order, we can maybe steal the game, but they probably have force right now. I mean, we've used up both grist already. Kind of brutal. So the problem here is I get three. Oh, we're just one short. Resolved, but it didn't matter. Argument to me. I think we should attack the Narset. That was a mistake. I'm like thinking tunneling ahead, where like I'm forcing them to bounce Artisan, but yeah, that's a mistake. I should go and get Narset so she can't, essentially day four again. I think this game is probably over. Anybody have any questions for me? Yeah, Vendetta's extra removal, right? That's needed for the initiative matchup that crossovers with Delver. I don't see how we're winning this game, to be honest. All right, that's all right. Not a great league. We started 2-0 and just like lost three in a row. Uh, I have to think about what's up with these two. Well, to be fair, I think this one I can write it off. Um, like we drew the wrong part of our deck, and I think that's like more reason for me at least that the attraction should be the sideboard. Now, the loss here again, I got punished by not sequencing the Bayou. Sorry, the Bajuka Bog, and then they had the combo, right? The Narset into Days and Doing. I got hit by that actually earlier too. I think, but I could be wrong. Anybody have any questions for the deck? I think I may have to change some sideboard slots, but unsure. Otherwise, I will raid Straz Daddy. Yeah, Vendetta is like I said for the initiative matchup, and it's extra removal. I think this other stuff is like pretty standard. All right, if there's no other questions, here are my socials again. But I'm gonna go ahead and raid. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Straz Daddy.